Hello everyone, welcome to my new YouTube channel, Digital. We will talk about digital marketing, online money earning applications, websites. From it, you can earn from your home, earn work from home, and if you have a mobile, your SIM card, a recharge plan, and a little bit coverage, then you and yourself and your time. If you have this thing, then you will be able to earn a lot of money from digital marketing and online money earning application, lots of applications. Uh, so I'm Hitesh, and currently I am from Germany. I mean, currently I am from Norway, and today we gonna talk about mm, PI network, Pi cryptocurrency, uh, right? So now, like, comment, subscribe my new channel, comment on my channel, and so you can never and hit the bell icon, so you can never miss out any updates in future. So let's get started. If first of all, if you don't have PI network application, then you can mm, go to this PI and you can install it, right? I already installed in my mobile, so I will open it. It will take you some time, little bit time. If you are new user, then you have to sign in, sign up for the first time. And if you are already logged in, user logged in, then you can see this type of dashboard, right? Mm, so I will explain every details about the PI network, that how it works, and uh, how it works, and how we can manipulate and how we can operate this application in our mobile phone, and our also in our Apple brand, and Apple brand, and our also you can use this in your Windows, right? So let's get started. Mm, um, PI is we will I will first of all I will talk about some frequently asked question, right? We will talk about some frequently asked question. So I am starting. Welcome to the fact means frequently asked question and support page, right? You can dive deeper into the PI's vision, mission, and protocol here, right? What is so? We will start with what is PI. PI network is essentially a globally accessible online blockchain ecosystem that makes use of PI a new cryptocurrency for and why every day people that you can mine on your phone for free with simplicity. Cryptocurrencies are a new form of digital money maintained and secured by a community instead of by government or banks. Today, you can mine PI, I mean Pi, by you can mine Pi by making diverse contribution to the ecosystem, namely helping to secure the blockchain, grow PI's trusted network, run a node, and engage with the PI app ecosystem. While most cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin have been very hard for everyday people to use and access, PI puts the power of cryptocurrency into the palm of your hand. Hmm. Disclaimer. Listen this disclaimer carefully. PI is not free money. Means PI is not free money. It's a long-term project whose success depends on the collective contributions of its members. PI is dedicated to helping everyday people participate in a utilities based ecosystem on blockchain, fueled by a cryptocurrency without a need for traditional intermediaries. Right? If you are looking for a quick money, look elsewhere. The third question is PI real? There is some confusing commentary on PI online. PI is a genuine effort by a team of Stanford graduates to give everyday people greater access to cryptocurrency. PI's core team is led by a team of early innovators in blockchain and social computing with PhDs means Dr. Philologists from Stanford University. No one can guarantee that the project will succeed. However, the core team is committed to working their hardest along with all finite to make our sad dream a reality. while maintaining the highest standard of integrity. You can learn more about the core team on the team page on the website, right? I will to, we will also uh, uh, talk about briefly in the team page. So currently I will go ahead with this page. Furthermore, the application is free. You never have to spend fiat money to fiat money to out of your pocket in this app. The app was vetted and approved by Google Play and Apple App Stores. The Google Play Store alone shows millions download. In fact, the network uses a native decentralized KYC process to identify and verify that the members have only one account and to prevent bots or fake accounts from trying to game the system. KYC means know your customers, right? So we will uh, uh, yeah, we will learn more about the core team after clicking this team page. PI network. Pi network, the future of social cryptocurrency and Web3. 60 million plus engaged members, an open community powered by a cryptocurrency delivering accessibility and a robust utilities driven Web3 ecosystem. Free to mine cryptocurrency. PI is always free to mine on mobile, putting power into the hands of people worldwide for a barrier for more distributed crypto. 35 plus core team members globally, from PI's headquarters in Silicon Valley to, to across the United States, Europe, and Asia. The Pi core team has global reach. Proprietary, proprietary and revolutionary tech. Revolutionary tech, right? PI uses uh, Pi uses our energy light mining method with our crowd scale KYC solution to provide access and identity verification for Web3. Know we are who we are, right? So who they are, who runs Pi network community, right? To bring forth a battle of world cryptocurrency. The PI founders knew they had to integrate theory and practice. Applying what they learned and their Stanford PhDs in computer and social sciences to a real world environment. After identifying key barriers to crypto accessibility and adoption, the Pi founders set out to build the next generation of web integrated with blockchain. Pi Network officially launched on March 14, 2019, PI Day, with growing community participation ever since is their solution. Today, the 35 plus full-time core team member around the world strive to enable a large, passionate and globally spread out community to make decentralized efforts toward a common purpose. What's their vision? So their vision is that builds the world build the world's most inclusive peer-to-peer ecosystem and online experience fueled by Pi, the world's most widely distributed cryptocurrency, built for everyone by everyone. Pi Network is a community of tens of millions of humans mining Pi cryptocurrency to use and build the Web3 app ecosystem. These blockchain networks really relies on its community of pioneers. I will tell you about pioneers. If you are using a Pi network application, you are a pioneer, right? Then you can be called as a pioneers and rewards them through an innovative mobile mining mechanism for their drivers contribution and digital citizenship in a clear metro meritocratic and decentralized way. In order to ensure fairness in Pi mining, secure the PI blockchain, maintain integrity in the PI ecosystem, to eventually create and safeguard the community-run government. It's essential to empower real people around the world and disempower um, malicious actors, bots, and free riders. Pi relies on its community of pioneers to meritocratically mine PI tokens using their mobile phones, while PI KYC serves as a core mechanism to ensure true humanity and build collaboration into the network, enabling the community to create a decentralized ecosystem with meaningful use cases for everyday people. An accessible developer platform combined with large identity verified and crypto enabled social network positions PI network to become a pillar of the next wave of technological revolution. Talk about founder of AI network, Nicholas Kokkalis, head of technology. Dr. Nicholas Kokkalis is a Stanford PhD and uh, instructor of Stanford first decentralized application class CS359B in 2018. His work focused on combining distributed system and human-computer interaction to bring cryptocurrency to everyday people. As a strong and long-term believer of the technical, financial, and social potential of cryptocurrencies, he is determined to move them beyond their current limitation, and it committed to bringing the power of blockchain to more people. You can we will talk about read more people, right? He started with a BS and MS in computer science, with, which led him to do a PhD at Stanford University, then continue as a post, postdoctoral scholar in the computer science department there. Through and after his PhD work, Nicholas created an early framework for writing smart contract, contracts on fault tolerance distributed system. The multiple human-focused products including online social application with over 20 million users and a crowd-powered email assistant. Is a strong and long-term believer of the technical, financial, and social potential of cryptocurrencies. He is determined to move them beyond their current limitation and committed to bringing the power of blockchain to more people. With the founding of Pi Network, he aims to accomplish this by improving the current blockchain experience and empowering everyone to create, build, and experience the future of online life through a user-centric design philosophy. Who is uh, Changgadya Pan, head of product. Dr. Changgadya Pan is a Stanford PhD in Anthropological science harnessing social computing to unlock human potential on a global scale. By optimizing human computer interaction and envisioning the future human socioeconomic life through the web, Sanghadia is building PI network to mobilize individuals all over the world to participate and be rewarded for their contribution, and establish an inclusive ecosystem for global citizens to unleash and capture their own agency, in turn create utility and products for society and the world. Chengdio finished her PhD in anthropology science from Stanford University with her expertise in human behavior and human group studies, and her later research interests have focused on have on human computer interaction and social computing, specifically. Specifically, how we use technology to positively impact human behavior and societies. Our deep understanding about human societies and behavior, uh, and those principles which have been used for previous research projects around productivity, software, scaled social communications, and online human relationships and interactions have influenced her work with Pi Network. With Pi Network, uh, Changdio applies those same knowledge and principle to blockchain and decentralization as a real instrument to empower people with more accessible and frequent opportunity for collaboration and utility building. We will talk about white papers of regarding this Pi network, right? Pi white paper. What's Pi white paper? The December 2022 2021 a white paper chapters token model and mining and roadmap were released as an addendum to the original 2019 white paper. With new information on Mainnet, the original March 2019 white papers may need updates to its content, so please refer to the latest Pi Network communications for up-to-date information. Both white papers are subject to change based on data collected during the enclosed network period of mainnet. I will talk about white papers March 2019 original, right? So introduction is about preface. As the world becomes increasingly digital, cryptocurrency is the next natural. As the world becomes increasingly digital, cryptocurrency is a next natural step in the evolution of money. Pi is the first digital currency for everyday people, representing a major step forward in the adoption of cryptocurrency worldwide. Our mission: build a cryptocurrency and smart contracts platform secured and operated by everyday people. Our vision: build the world's most inclusive peer-to-peer ecosystem and online experience fueled by Pi, the world's most widely used cryptocurrency. Disclaimer: for more advanced readers, because of Pi's mission is to be inclusive as possible, we are going to take this opportunity to introduce our blockchain newbies to the rabbit hole. Why cryptocurrency matters, right? Currently, our everyday financial transaction really rely on upon a trusted third party to maintain a record of transaction. For example, when you do a bank transaction, the banking system keeps a record and guarantees that the transaction is safe and reliable. Likewise, when K- Kindi transfer $5 to When Candy transfer $5 to Steve using PayPal, PayPal maintains a central record of $5 debited from Cindy's account to $5 debited to Steve's, credited to Steve's. Intermediary like banks, PayPal, and other members of the current economic system uh, play an important role in regulating the world's financial transaction. However, the role of this trusted intermediary also has limitations. Unfair, first of all, is unfair value capture. These intermediaries amass billions of dollars in wealth creation. PayPal market cap is approximately uh, 130 billion dollars. But pass virtually nothing into their customer. The everyday people on the ground whose money drives a meaningful proportion of global economy. More and more people are falling behind. Fees, banks and companies charge large fees for facilitating transaction. These fees often disproportionately uh, impact lower income populations who have the fewest alternatives. Uh, censorship. If censorship, if particularly trusted intermediaries decides that you should not be able to move your money, it can place restriction on the movement of your money. Permission. The trusted intermediary serves as a gatekeeper who can arbitrarily prevent anybody from being part of the network. Pseudonymous, right? At a time when the issue of privacy is gaining greater urgency, these powerful gatekeepers can accidentally disclose or force you to disclose more financial information about yourself than you may want. Bitcoin's peer-to-peer electronic cash system launched in 2000 2009 by the anonymous programmer or group Satoshi Nakamoto. Was the watershed moment for the freedom of money. For the first time in history, people could securely exchange value without requiring third party or trusted intermediary. Paying in Bitcoin means that people like Steve and Kinda could pay each other directly, bypassing institutional fees, obstructions, and instructions. Bitcoin was truly a currency without boundaries, powering and connecting a new global economy. Currently, we will talk about introduction to distributed ledgers, right? Ledgers. Bitcoin achieved this historical feat by using a distributed record, while the current financial system relies on the traditional central record of truth. The Bitcoin record is maintained by a distributed community of validators who access and update this public ledger. Imagine the Bitcoin protocol as a globally shared Google Sheet that contains a record of transactions validated and maintained by this distributed community. The breakthrough of Bitcoin and general blockchain technology is that even though a record is maintained by a community, the technology enables them to always reach conscious consensus on truthful transaction, ensuring that cheaters cannot record false transactions or overtake the system. This technologically advancement allows for the removal of centralized intermediary without compromising transaction financial security. Benefits of distributed ledgers. In addition to decentralization, Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies in general share a few nine properties that makes money smarter and safer. Although different cryptocurrencies may be stronger in some properties and weaker in others, based on different implementations of their protocols. Cryptocurrencies are held in cryptographic wallet identified by a publicly accessible address and is secured by a very strong privately held password called a private key. This private key is cryptographically signs transactions and is virtually impossible to create fraudulent signatures. This provides security and unchangeability. Unlike traditional bank account, unlike traditional bank accounts uh, that can be seized by government authorities. The cryptocurrency in your wallet can never be taken away by anyone without your private key. Cryptocurrency are censorship resistant uh, due to their decentralized nature because anyone can submit transactions to any computer in network to get recorded and validated. Cryptocurrency transactions are immutable because each block of transaction represents a cryptographic proof has uh, of all the previous blocks that exist before that. Once someone sends you money, they cannot steal back their payment to you. Um, no bouncing checks in blockchain. Some of the cryptocurrencies can even support atomic transactions, smart contracts, bills. Atop these cryptocurrencies do not merely rely on um, law for enforcement, but directly enforce that through publicly auditable code, which make them trustless, and can potentially get rid of middlemen in many businesses, score for real estate. Security distributed ledgers mining, right? One of the challenges of maintaining a distributed record of transaction is security specifically how to have an open and editable ledger while preventing fraudulent activity. To address this challenge, Bitcoin introduced a novel process called mining, using a continuous algorithm proof of work to determine who is trusted to make update to the shared record of transaction. You can think of a mining as a type of economic great game that forces validators to prove their merit when trying to add transaction to the record. To qualify, validators must solve a series of complex uh, co- computational puzzles. The validators who solves the puzzle first rewarded by being allowed to post the latest blog of transaction. Posting the latest block of transaction allows validators to mine a block reward currently 12.5 Bitcoin or approximate for 40,000 40,000 at the same time of writing. This process is very secure, but it demands enormous computing power and energy consumption as users essentially burn money to solve the computational puzzles that earns them more Bitcoin. The burn to reward ratio is so punitive that it it's always validators uh, self-interest to post on a transaction to the Bitcoin record. Problems. Problem centralization of power and money put faster generation cryptocurrencies out of reach. In the early days of Bitcoin, when the when only few people were looking working to validate transaction and mining the first blocks. Anyone could earn 50 Bitcoin by simply running Bitcoin mining software on their personal computer. As the currency began to gain in popularity, clever miners realized that they could earn more if they had uh, more than one computer working to mine. As Bitcoin continued to increase in value, entire companies began to spring up to mine. These companies developed specified chips ASICs and constructed huge forms of servers using these ASIC chips to mine Bitcoin. The emergence of these enormous mining corporations known drove the Bitcoin gold rush, making it very difficult for everyday people to people to contribute to the network and get rewarded. Huh? બોલો માં. Their efforts also begin consuming increasingly large amount of computing energy, contributing to mounting environmental issue around the world. The age of mining Bitcoin and the Subsequent rise of Bitcoin mining farms quickly produced a massive centralization of production, power, and wealth in Bitcoin network. To provide some context, so 80%, 87% of all bitcoins are now owned by 1% of their network. Many of these coins were mined virtually free in their early days. As another example, Bitmain, one of the Bitcoin's biggest mining operation, has earned billions of revenue and profits. The centralization of power in BTC network makes it very difficult and expensive for average person. If you want to acquire BTC, your easiest option are to mine it yourself. Just look up the specified hardware. Here is a rig on Amazon if you are interested. And go to town. Just to know that since you are competing against massive servers farms from across the world consuming as energy the country of Switzerland, uh, you won't be able to mine much. Buy BTC on exchange. Today you can buy BTC at the unit price of the 305 $3,500. Now BTC it's in today 2014 uh, Bitcoin it's 100k dollars or 100k dollars, right? Coin at the same time of writing. Not you can buy the fractional amount of BTC. Of course, you would also be taking in subsequent risk and doing as price of Bitcoin quite volatile. BTC was the first to show how cryptocurrency could disrupt the current financial model, giving people the ability to make transactions without having a third party in the way. The increase in freedom, flexibility, and privacy continue to driven inevitable march toward digital currencies as a new norm. Despite these benefits, BTC likely unintended concentration of money and power presents a meaningful barrier to mainstream adoption as Pi's core team has conducted research to try to understand why people are reluctant to enter the cryptocurrency space. People consistently cited the risk of investing mining as the key of barrier to entry. We will see the how the company Bitmain earn lots of money. Bitmain by the numbers and inside look at the BTC mining empire. For the first time, crypto community getting closer to look at Bitmain financials. The Bitmain is behemoth is hardly news. CoinDesk had previously reported that the cryptocurrency mining hardware maker brought in revenue of 2.5 billion in 2017 and 2 billion in 2018. But with the publication of Wednesday of Bitmain draft initial public offering IPO prospectus step toward its much anticipated listing on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. The firm shares size and blistering growth can now be parsed in significant greater detail. Solutions PI, right? Solution Pi enabling mining on mobile phones. After identifying this key barrier to adoption, the Pi core team set out to find a way that would allow everyday people to mine or earn cryptocurrency rewards for validating transaction on a distributed record of transaction. As a refresher, one of the major challenges that arise with maintaining a distributed era record of transactions is ensuring that updates to this open record are not fraudulent. While Bitcoin's process for updating its own record is proven um, burning energy, money to prove trustworthiness. It is not very user or planet friendly. For Pi, we introduced the um, additional design requirement for empowering a consensus algorithm that would also be extremely user friendly and ideally enable mining on the personal computer on and mobile phones. In comparing existing consensus algorithm, the process that record transaction into a distributed ledger, the Stellar Consensus Protocol emerges as the leading candidates to enable user-friendly mobile post mining. Stellar Consensus Protocol (SCP) was architectured by David Mazières, a professor of computer science at Stanford, who also serves as chief scientist at the Stellar Development Foundation (SCP). Uses a novel mechanism called federa- federated Byzantine agreements to ensure that updates to a distributed ledger are accurate and trustworthy. SCP is also deployed in practice through the Stellar blockchain that has been operating since 2015. A simplified introduction to consensus algorithm. Before jumping to introduction of pi consensus algorithm, it helps to have a simple explanation on what a consensus algorithm does for a blockchain and the types of consensus algorithm that today's blockchain protocols generally use. Example BTC and SCP. This session is explicit, explicitly written in a oversimplified manners for the sake of clarity and not and is not complete. For higher accuracy, um, see the section adaptations to SCP below and read the Stellar Consensus Protocol paper. A blockchain is a fault tolerance distributed system that aims to totally audit a list of blo- blocks of transaction. Uh, Fault tolerance distributed system is an area of computer science that has been studied for many decades. They are they are called distributed system because they do not have a centralized servers, but instead they are composed of a decentralized list of computers called nodes or peers that needs to come to a consensus to as to what is the content and total ordering of blocks. They are also called fault tolerance because they can tolerate a certain degree of faulty nodes into a system. Example, up to 33% of nodes can be faulty and the overall system continues to operate normally. There are two broad categories of consensus algorithm. The ones that elect a node as the leader who produces the next block, and the ones who where this is not explicit leader but all nodes come to a consensus of what is the next block is after exchanging votes by sending computer message to each other. Strictly speaking, the last sentence contains multiple inaccuracies, but it helps us explain the broad strokes. Bitcoin uses the first type of consensus algorithm. All Bitcoin's nodes are competing against each other in solving a cryptographic puzzle. S- because the solution is found randomly, essentially the node that finds the solution first by chance is elected the leader of the round who produces the next block. This algorithm is called proof of work. This algorithm is called proof of work and result in a lot of energy consumption, right? A simplified introduction to a stellar consensus protocol. A simplified introduction to stellar consensus protocol. Pi uses the other types of consensus algorithm and is a, is based on the Stellar Consensus Protocol (SCP) and an algorithm called Federated Byzantine Agreement (FBA). Such algorithms don't have energy waste, but they require exchanging many networks messages in order for the nodes to come to consensus on what the next block should be. Each node can be independently determine if a transaction is valid or not. Example, authority of making the transition and double spending based on the cryptographic signature and the transaction history. However, um, for a network of computers to agree on which transactions to record in a block and the order of these transactions and blocks, they need to message each other and have multiple rounds of voting to come to consensus. Intru- Intuitively, just messages from different computers in a network about which block is the next would look like the following. I propose we all vote for block A to be next. I vote for block A to be the next block. I confirm that the majority of the nodes I trust also voted for block A, from which the consensus algorithm enables this node to conduct that A is the next block, and there could be no block other than A is the next block. Even though the above voting steps seems a lot, the internet is uh, adequately fast and these messages are lightweight. Thus, just consensus algorithm are more lightweight than Bitcoin's proof of work. BTC proof of work. One major representative of algorithm is called Benjamin Fortler's BFT. Several of the top blockchain today are based on variants of BFT such as NEO and Ripple. One major criticism of BFT is that it has a centralization point because of voting is involved. The set of nodes participating in the voting quorum are centrally determined by the creator of system in its beginning. The contribution of FBA is that instead of having one centralized determined quorum, each node sets their own quorum slices, which will in turn full in turn form of different quorums. New nodes can join the network in a decentralized way. They declared the nodes that they have trust and convince other nodes to trust them. But but they don't have to convince any central authority, right? SCP is one of install installation of FBA. Uh, Instead of burning energy like in Bitcoin proof of work consensus algorithm, SCP node secure the shared record by vouchering for other nodes in the network as trustworthy. Each node in the network builds a quorum slices consisting of other nodes in the network that they deem to be trustworthy. Quorums are formed based on its members. Quorum slices and a validator will only accept new transactions if and only if a proportion of nodes in their quorums will also accept the transaction transaction, right? As validators across the network construct their quorums, these quorums help nodes to reach consensus about transaction with guaranteed on security. You can learn more about the Stellar Consensus Protocol by checking out this technology. Technology summary of SCP. Pi's adaptations to Stellar Consensus Protocol SCP. Pi's consensus algorithm builds a top SCP. SCP has been formally proven measures 2015 and is currently implemented within a Stellar network. Unlike Stellar network, consist, consisting mostly of companies and institutions, example IBM, has not PI's intends to allow divides of individuals to contribute on the protocol level and get rewarded, including mobile phones, laptops, and computers. Below as an introduction on how Pi applies SCP to enabling mining by individuals. There are four roles Pi users can play as Pi miners, namely Pioneer, a user of Pi mobile app who is simply confirm that they are not a robot on a daily basis. This user validates their presence every time they signs into the app. They can also open the app, request transaction, example, make a payment in Pi to another Pioneer. Contributor. 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 A user of the Pi mobile app who is contributing by providing a list of Pioneer he or she knows and trusts. In aggregate, Pi contributors will build a global trust graph. Ambassador, a user of Pi mobile app who is introducing other users into Pi network. Node, a user who is a pioneer contributing using a Pi mobile application and also running the Pi Node software on their desktop or laptop computer. The Pi Node software is the software that runs the core SCP algorithm, taking into account the trust graph information provided by the contributors. A user can play more than one of the above roles. All roles are necessary. Thus, all roles are rewarded with newly minted pi on a daily basis as long as they participated and contributed during that given day. In the loose definition of a miner being a user who receives newly minted currency as a reward for contribution. All four roles are considered to be pi miners. We define mining more broadly than its traditional meaning, equated to executing proof of work consensus algorithm as in Bitcoin or Ethereum. First of all, we need to emphasize that the Pi node software has not been released yet. So this section is offered more as an architectural design and as request to solicit comments from the technical community. The software will be fully open uh, source and it will also heavily depends on Stellar Core, which also open source software available here, right? This means that anyone in the community will be able to read, comment, and propose improvement on it. Below are the proposed changes to SCP enable mining by individual devices. Notes for readability we defines as a correctly connected nodes to be what the SCP paper refers as an intact node. Also for readability, we define as the main pi network to be the set of intact node in the pi network. The main task of each node is to be configured to be correctly connected to the main Pi network. A node being incorrectly connected to a main network is similar to a Bitcoin node being connected to the main block Bitcoin network. In SCP terms, for a node to get correctly connected means that this node must choose a quorum slice, thus that all resulting quorums that includes these nodes in- intersect with the existing network quorums. More precisely, a node Vn plus 1 is correctly connected to main network N of N already connected uh, correctly connected nodes V1, V2 up to Vn. If the resulting system N of N plus 1 nodes V1, V2 up to Vn plus 1 enjoys quorum intersections. In other words, N enjoys quorum intersection if any two of its quorum shares a node. Uh, for all quorum U1 and U2, U1 upsets U2 node belongs to 0, right? The main contribution of phi or the existing stellar consensus development deployment is that it introduces the concept of a trust graph provided by the pi contributors as information that can be used by the pi nodes when they are setting up their configuration to main connect to the main pi network. When picking their quorum slices, these nodes must take into consideration the trust graph provided by the contributors, including their own security circle. To assess in this decision, we intend to provide auxiliary graph analysis software to assist user running users running nodes to make as informed decisions as possible. These software's daily output will include first one is a ranked list of nodes ordered by the distance from the current node in the trust graph. A ranked list of nodes based page rank analysis of node in the trust graph. A list of nodes reported by the community as faulty in any way. A list of new nodes seeking the join the network. A list of most recent article from the web on the keyword misbehaving PI nodes and other related keywords. A visual representation of nodes uh, comprising the pi network similar to what shown in Stellarbit Quorum Monitor source code, right? A Quorum Explorer similar to quorumexplorer.com source code. A simulation tool like the one in Stellarbit Quorum Monitor that shows the expected resulting impact to these nodes connectivity to the Pi network when the current node's communication changes. Bitcoins inverted means uneven, right? Bitcoin's inverted distribution model, less people mining more in the beginning and the more mining less today. More, more people mine less today is one of the primary contributors to its uneven distribution. With so much Bitcoin in the hands of a few early adopters, new miners are burning more energy for less Bitcoin. Hoardings inhibits use as a medium of exchange. Although Bitcoin was released as a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, the relative scarcity of BTC has impeded Bitcoin's goals of serving as a medium exchange. BTC scarcity has led to its perceptions as a form of digital gold or a digital score of value. The result of these perceptions is that many Bitcoin holders are unwilling to spend Bitcoin on the day to expenses. The pi economic model. Pi, on the other hand, seeks to strike a balance between creating a sense of scarcity of pi while still uh, ensuring that large amount does not accumulate into a very small number of hands. We want to make sure our users mine more pi as they make contribution to the network. Pi's goal is to build an economic model that is sophisticated um, enough to achieve and balance these priorities while remaining into intuitive enough for people to use. Pi's economical model, these are requirements. There are some requirements. Simple. Build an intuitive and transparent model. Fair distribution. Give a critical mass of the world's population access to pi. Scarcity. Create a sense of scarcity to sustain pi price over time. Meritocratic mining. Reward distributed to build and sustain the network. Pi token supply. Token emission policy. Right? First one is total maximum supply is equal to MRD, where M stands for total mining rewards, R stand for total referral reward, and D stand for developer rewards. Uh, where M is equal to, you can see this logarithm declining function, right? P is equal to population number. Example, first person to join, second person to join, etc. R. R is equal to small r cross M, where small r is equal to referral rate. 50% of total or plus 50% board referral referee. First, D is equal to T multiplication by M plus R. Second, T developer reward rate. T is equal to developer reward rate 50%. Yeah, I mean 25%. M. Mining supply based on fixed mining supply maintained per person. In contrast to Bitcoin, which created a fixed supply of coins for the entire global population. PA creates a fixed supply of Pi for each person that joins the network up to the first 100 million participants. In other words, for each person that joins the Pi network, a fixed amount of Pi is pre-minted. This supply is then released over the lifetime of that member based on their level of engagement and contribution to network security. The supply is reached using an exponentially decreasing function similar to Bitcoin over the member's lifetime. R. Referral supply based on fixed referral reward minted per person and shared between referee and referrer and referee. In order for a currency to have value, it must be widely distributed. To incentivize this goal, the protocol also generates a fixed amount of Pi that serves as a referral bonus for both the referral and referee on both parent of and offspring. This shared pool can be mined by both parties over their lifetime, right? When the parties are actively mining, both referral and referral able to draw upon this pool in order to avoid exploitative models where referrals are able to prey on their referees, right? The referral bonus serves as a network level incentive to grow the Pi network while also incentivizing um, engagement among members in actively securing the network. D. Developer reward supply. Additional Pi minted to support ongoing development. Pi will fund its ongoing development with a developer reward that is minted alongside each Pi coins that is minted for mining and referrals. Traditionally, cryptocurrency protocols have minted for a fixed amount of supply that is immediately placed into treasury. Because of Pi's total supply is dependent on the number of members in the network, Pi progressively mints its developer rewards as the network scales. The progressive minting of Pi developer rewards are meant to align the incentives of Pi's contributors with the overall health of the network. F is a logarithmically decreasing function. Early members mine more, while Pi seeks to avoid extreme concentration of wealth. The network also seeks to reward earlier members and their contribution with a relatively larger larger shape of Pi. When networks such as Pi are in their early days, they tends to provide a lower utility to participants. For example, imagine having the very first telephone in the world. It would be a great technological innovation, but not extremely useful. However, as more people acquire telephones, each telephone's older gets more utility out of the network. In order to reward the people that comes to network early, pies individual mining rewards and referral rewards decrease as a function of the number of people in network. In other words, there is a certain amount of pie that is reserved for each slot in the pie network. Utility utility pooling and monetizing our time outline online. Today, everyone is sitting on a veritable treasure trove of untapped resources, right? Uh, each of us spend hours of days on our phones. While on our phone, each of our views, posts, and clicks creates extraordinary profits for large corporation. At Pi, we believe that people have the right to capture value created from their resources. We all know that we can do more together than we can alone. On today's web, massive corporations like Google, Amazon, Facebook have immense leverage against individual consumers. As a result, they are able to capture a lion's share of, of value created by individual consumers on the web. Pi levels the playing fields by allowing its members to pool their collective resources so they can get a share of the value that create. The graphic below is a pie stack, right? Where we see particularly promising opportunity for helping our members capture value. Below we go into each of these areas in more detail. Introducing the pie stack, unleashing underutilized resources. You can see this. Uh, uh, you can see this graphic. Okay, PI laser is consensus, shared saturation time, shared data connections, decentralized applications. Pi laser, uh, ledger, and shared trust graph, scaling trust across the web. Uh, One of the biggest challenges on the internet is knowing who to trust. Today we rely on the rating system of providers such as Amazon, eBay, help to know who we can transact, transact, transact with. on the internet. Despite the facts that we customer do the hard work of rating and reviewing our peers. These internet intermediaries captures the lion's share of the value created this work. Pi's consensus algorithm describes above creates a native trust layer that scales trust on the web without intermediaries. While the value of just one individual security circle is small, the aggregates of our individual security circle builds a global trust graph, right? That help people understand who on the Pi network can be trusted. The Pi network's global trust graph will facilitate transactions between strangers that would not have otherwise have been possible. Pi's native currency in turn allows everyone who contributes to the security of the network captures to share of value they have helped create. Pi's attention marketplace Pi's attention marketplace bartering unutilized attention and time. Pies allow its members to pool their collective attention to create an attention market much more valuable than any individual attention alone. The first application built on this layer will be a scarce social media channel currently hosted on the home screen of the application. You can think of a scarce social media channel as Instagram with a global post at a time. Pioneers can wager Pi to engage the attention of other members of the network by sharing contents, example, text, images, and videos, or asking questions that seek to tap into the collective wisdom of community. On the Pi network, everyone has the opportunity to be an influencer or to tap into the wisdom of crowd. To date, Pi's core team has been using this channel to poll the community opinion on design choices for Pi. Example: the community voted on the design and colors of the Pi logo. We have received many valuable responses and feedback from the community on the project. Our possible future direction is to open the attention market for any pioneer to use Pi to post their content while expanding the number of channels hosted on Pi network. In addition to bargaining attention with their peers, pioneers may also opt into bartering which companies that are seeking their attention. The average American sees between 4,000 to over 10,000 ads a day. Companies fight for our attention and pay ના, મને નથી ખબર હો. Companies fight for our attention and pay a tremendous amount of money for it. But we, the customer, receive the no value from this transaction. In price attention marketplace, companies uh, seeking to reach pioneers will have to compensate for their audience in pie. Pie's advertising marketplace will be strictly opted in only and will provide an opportunity for pioneers to monetize one of their greatest untapped resources, their attention. PI Barter's Marketplace builds your personal virtual storefront. In addition to contributing trust and attention to the Pi network, we expect Pioneer to be able to contribute their unique skills and services in the future. Pi Mobile application will also serve as a point of sales where Pi members can offer their untapped goods and services via virtual storefront to other members of the Pi network. For example, the member offer up and unrecognized underutilized room in their apartment for rent to other member on the Pi network. In addition to real estate, member of the Pi network will also be able to offer skills and services via virtual storefronts. For example, a member of Pi network could offer their programming or designing skill on the Pi marketplace. Over time, the value of Pi will be supported by a growing basket of goods and services. Pi's decentralized app store, lowering the barrier of entry for creator. The Pi network said currency, trust graphs, and marketplace will be the soil for broader ecosystem of decentralized applications. Today, anyone that wants to start an application needs to bootstrap its technical infrastructure and community from scratch. Pi's decentralized application store will allow developers to leverage Pi existing infrastructure as well as the shared resources of community and users. Entrepreneur and developer can propose new dApp to the community with request for access to the network's shared resources. Pi will also build as build its depths with some degree of uh, interoperability so that dApps are able to reference data, access, assess, assess assets, and processes in other decentralized applications. Governance, cryptocurrency for and by the people. Hello, governance, cryptocurrency for cryptocurrency for and by the people. Challenges with first generation governance models, right? Models. Trust is the foundation of any successful monetary system. One of the one of the most important factors uh, in trust is governance or the process by which changes are implemented to the protocol over time. Despite its importance, governance is the often one of the most overlooked ex- aspects of cryp- crypto economic system. First generation networks such as Bitcoin largely avoided formal or on chain, right? Governance mechanisms in favor of informal mechanism arising from a combination of role incentive design. By most measures, Bitcoin's governance mechanism has been quite successful, allowing the protocols to grow dramatically in scale and value since its inception. However, uh, there have also been some challenges. The economic concentration of Bitcoin has led to a concentration of political power. The result is that everyday people can get caught in the middle of destructive battle between massive holders of Bitcoin. One of the most recent examples of this challenge has been our ongoing battle between Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. These civil wars can end in the and fork where or where the blockchain where the blockchain, right? For token holders, hard forks are inflationary and can be threaten the value of their holdings. Pi's governance model, a two-phase plan. In an article challenging the merits of chain governance, Val Zamfir, one of the Ethereum's core developers, argues that blockchain governance is not an abstract design problem; it's an applied social problem. One of the Vlad Vlad's key point is that it's very difficult to design governance system a priori or before observation of the particular challenges arising from specific political system. One historical example is in the founding of United States. The first experiment with democracy in the United States. The article of Confederation failed after an 8-year experiment. The founding fathers of the United States were then able to draw upon lessons of mathematical confederation to craft of the constitution constitution, a more a much more successful experiment to build an enduring governance model. PI will pursue a two-phase plan. provisional governance model less than 5 million member. Until the network hits a critical mass of 5 million members, I will operate under the provisional governance model. This model will most closely resemble off-chain governance models currently employed by protocols like Bitcoin and Ethereum, with Pi core team playing an important role in guiding the development of the protocol. Our Pi core team will still rely heavily on the input of the community. The Pi mobile application uh, itself is where Pi core team has been soliciting soliciting uh, soliciting community input and engaging with pioneers. PI embraces community criticizes criticizes and suggestions. This is implemented by the open for comments features of Pi's landing page, frequently add questions and white papers. Whenever people browse this material on the Pi website, they can submit comment on a specific section right there to ask for questions and make suggestions. Offline pioneer meetups that Pi's core team have been organizing will also be an important channel for community input. An interesting research problem for future work is to develop algorithms that can take into consideration the, the trust graph and suggest each node an optimal configuration or even set that configuration automatically on the first deployment of the PI network, while users running nodes can update their net's configuration at any time. They will be prompted to confirm their configurations daily and asked to update them if they see fit. Mobile app users. When a pioneers needs to confirm that a given transaction has been executed, example that they have received Pi, they open the mobile app. At that point, the mobile app connects to one or more nodes to inquires if the transaction has been recorded on the ledger and also to get the most recent block numbers and hash value of the block, right? um, if that pioneer is also running a node, the mobile app connects to the that pioneer's own node. If the pioneer is not running a node, then the app connects to multiple nodes and to cross check this information. Pioneers will have the ability to select which node they want their apps connect to. But to make it simple for most users, the app should have a reasonable default set of nodes. Example, a number of nodes closest to the end user based on the trust graph, along with a random selection of nodes high in a page rank. We ask for your feedback in how the default set of nodes for mobile pioneers should be selected. Mining rewards, the beautiful property of the SCP algorithm is that it's more generic than a blockchain. It coordinates consensus across a distributed system of nodes. This means that the same core algorithm is not only used every few seconds to record new transaction in new blocks, but also it can be used to periodically run more complex computations. For example, once a week, the Stellar network is using it to compute inflation on the Stellar network and allocate the newly minted tokens proportionally to all Stellar coin holders. Stellar's coin is called lumens, right? Stellar coin is called as lumens. In a similar manner, the Pi networks employ SCP once a day to compute a network-wide new Pi distribution across all Pi minus Pi distributor ambassador and nodes uh, who actively participate in any given data day. In other words, Pi mining rewards are computed only once daily and not on every block of the blockchain. For comparison, Bitcoin allocates mining rewards on every block, right? And it give all of the rewards for the miner who was lucky enough to be able to solve a computationally computationally incentive intensive random by random task, right? Randomized task. This reward in Bitcoin currently Currently 12.5 Bitcoin, approximately 40k dollar in 2019 is given to only one miner every 10 minutes. This makes it extremely unlikely for any given miner to ever record rewards. As a solution to that, Bitcoin miners are getting organized in centralized mining pools, which all contribute processing power, increasing the likelihood of getting rewards and eventually sharing proportionally those rewards. Mining pools are not only point of centralization but also the operators get cuts, reducing among going to individual miners. For comparison, Bitcoin allocates mining rewards on every block and it gives all of the rewards to the miner who was lucky enough to be able to solve combinationally incentive and randomized task, right? We already talk about that. So currently I will talk about transaction fees. Similar to Bitcoin, transaction fees are optional in the Pi network. Each block has a certain limit of how many transactions can be included in it. When there is no backlog of transactions tend to be free. But there are but if there are more transactions, nodes are them by fee. With highest fee transaction at the top and peak only the top transaction to be included in the product produced blocks. This makes an open market implementation. Fees are proportionally split among nodes once a day. On on every block, the fee of each transaction is transferred into a temporary wallet from where the end of the day is distributed to the active miners of the day. The wallet has been unknown private key. Transactions in and out of the wallet are forced by the protocol itself under consensus of all nodes in the same way of the of consensus also mint new pi every day. Limitation in future work. SCP has been extensively tested for several years as part of the Stellar network, which at the time of this writing is the ninth largest cryptocurrency in the world. This gives us a quite large degree of confidence in it. One ambition of the Pi project is to scale the number of nodes in the Pi network to be larger than the number of nodes in the Stellar network to allow more everyday users to participate with the core consensus algorithm. Increasingly, the number of nodes will inevitably increase the number of network messages that must be exchanged between them. Even though these messages are much smaller than an image or a YouTube video, and the internet today can reliable transfer videos quickly. The number of messages necessary increases with the number of participating nodes, which can become bottleneck to the speed of reaching consensus. This will ultimately slow down the rate uh, at which new block and new transaction are recorded in the network. Thankfully, Stellar is currently much faster than Bitcoin. At the moment, Stellar is calibrated uh, um, to produce a new block every 3 to 5 seconds. Being able to support thousands of transactions per second. By comparison, Bitcoin produces a new block every 10 minutes. Moreover, due to Bitcoin's lacks in the security, Bitcoin blockchain in rare occasions can be overwritten within the first hour. This means that a user of BTC must wait about 1 hour before they can be sure that transaction is considered final. SCP guaranteed safety, which means after 3 to 5 seconds, One is certain about a transaction. So even with a potential scalability bottleneck, PI expects to achieve transaction finally faster than Bitcoin and possibly slower than Stellar, and process more transaction per second than Bitcoin and possibly fewer than Stellar. While scalability of SCP is still an open research problem. There are multiple promising ways on code to speed things up. One possible scalability solution is block X root. Block blow X root Blox root proposes a blockchain distribution network (BDN) that calls as a short form is BDN that utilizes a global network of servers optimized for network performance. While each BDN is centrally controlled by one organization, they offer a probably neutral message passing acceleration. BDNs can only serve all nodes fairly without discrimination as messages are encrypted. This means the BDN does not know where messages come from, where they go, or what is inside. This way, Pi nodes can have two message passing routes. A faster one through BDN, which is expected to be reliable most of the time, and its original peer-to-peer message passing interface that is fully decentralized and reliable but is slower. The intuition of this idea is uh, vaguely similar to coaching. The catch is place where a computer can access data very quickly, speeding the average computation, but it's not guaranteed to always have every needed piece of information. When the cache misses, the computer uh, is slowed down, but nothing catastrophic happen. Right? Another solution can be using secure acknowledgement of multicast messages in open peer-to-peer network. Nicolosi and Mazires 2004. To speed up message propagation among peers. PI Economic Model. PI Economic Model balancing scarcity and access. One of the Bitcoin's most impressive innovation is its marriage of distribution system with economic game theory. Prospect supply. Right? Bitcoin's economic model is simple. There, there will be only ever there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin in existence. This number is set in code with only 21 millions to circulate among 7.5 billion people around the world. There is not enough Bitcoin to go around. This scarcity is one of the most important drivers of Bitcoin value. Decreasing block reward. Bitcoin distribution scheme pictured below further enforces the sense of scarcity. The Bitcoin block mining reward halves every uh, 21444 blocks, approximately every 4 years. In its early days, the Bitcoin block reward was a 50 coin. Now the reward is 12.5 and will further decrease to 6.5 coin in May 2020. Bitcoin decreasing rate of distribution means that even as awareness of currency grows, there is a less to actually mine. Additionally, PI's court will develop more formal governance mechanism. Right? So one potential governance system is liquid democracy. Uh, in democracy, every pioneer will have the ability to either vote on one issue directly or to delegate their vote to another member of the network. Liquid democracy would allow for both broad and efficient membership from Pi community. Pi's constitutional convention, right? Uh, More than 5 million members. Upon hitting 5 million members, a provisional committee will be formed based on previous contributions to Pi network. This committee will be responsible responsible for soliciting um, and proposing suggestions from and the wider community. It will also organize a series of and online conversation where PIE's member will be able to weigh on PIE's long-term constitution. Given Pi's global user base, the Pi network will conduct this convention at multiple locations across the world to ensure accessibility. In addition to hosting in-person conventions, Pi will also use its mobile application as a platform for allowing Pi's members to participate in the process remotely, whether in process or online. Pi's community member will have the ability to participate in the crafting Pi's long-term governance structure. Yeah, so we will talk about the roadmap. So what's the roadmap to deployment or deployment plan, right? Phase one, design, contribution, distribution, trust graph, and bootstrap. The PICE server is operating as a facade emulating the behavior of the decentralizing system as it will function once it's live. During this phase, improvements in the user experience and behavior are possible and relatively easy to make compared to the stable phase of the mainnet. All mining of coins to users will be migrated to the live net once it's launches. In other words, the live net will pre-mint in its genesis block all account holder balances generated during phase 1 and continue operating just like the current system but fully decentralized. Pi is not listed on exchanges during this phase and is impossible to buy Pi with any other currency. So phase 2, testnet. Before we launch the mainnet, the node software will be deployed on the testnet. The testnet will use the same exact trust graph as the mainnet, but on a testing Pi coin. Pi core team will host several nodes on the testnet, but will encourage more pioneers to start their own nodes on testnet. In fact, in order for any node to join the mainnet, they are advised to begin on a testnet, right? The testnet will be run in parallel to the Pi emulator in phase 1 and periodically example daily. The result the results from both systems will be compared to catch the gaps and misses of the testnet, will, which will allow Pi developers to propose and implement fixes. After through concurrent run of both system, testnet will reach a state where its result consistently match the emulators. At that time when the community feels it ready, Pi will migrate to the next phase. Phase 3, Mainnet. When the community feels the software is ready for production and it has been thoroughly tested on the testnet, the official mainnet of the Pi network will be launched. An important daily details is that in transitions into the mainnet, only account validated to belong to the distinct real individuals will be honored. After this point, the facet and Pi networks emulator of phase 1 will be shut down and the system will continue on its own forever. Future updates to the protocol will be contributed by the Pi developer community and Pi core team and will proposed by the committee. Their implementation and deployment will be will depend on the nodes updating the mining software just like any other blockchains. No central authority will be controlling the currency and it will be fully decentralized. Balances of fake users or duplicate users will be discarded. This is a phase when Pi can be connected to exchanges and be exchanges for other currencies. So topic change now. White papers. December 2021. chapters with March 2022 rewards issuance formula, token model and mining. Not what's not here is that these 2021 white paper chapters are an addendum to original 2019 white papers with additional information on Pi Network's mainnet launch. Token model and mining. Well, throughout sound token design is critical to the success of a cryptocurrency network. It has the potential to create incentives to bootstrap network formulas and growth. Builds a utilizes driven ecosystem and thereby support the cryptocurrency underpinning such system. What a network incentivizes says a lot about what a network needs. For example, network growth or fundamentals driven utility creation. A mere store value or a medium of exchanges for the crypto native ecosystem. This chapter covers the supply of Pi and how Pi pioneers can mine Pi in the different phases of the network. In the underlying design rationale for different mining mechanisms, including to build and grow the network and to incentivize the creation of a utilizers based ecosystem. Not that Pi is a layer one cryptocurrency running on its own blockchain, which token here refers to. Pi's network vision is to build the world's most inclusive peer-to-peer ecosystem and online experience. Fueled by Pi, the world's most widely used cryptocurrency. To deliver on this vision, it's important to grow the network and make Pi widely accessible while maintaining the security of blockchain and long-term network incentives. While these goals have always guided the token supply model and mining design, the key distractions is the pre-mainnet phase focused on driving share network growth growth and widely distributing pi and mainnet phase will focus on the rewarding more diverse forms of pioneer contribution necessary for ecosystem building and utility creation. Pi. uh, Pre-mainnet supply. In the early stages, the focus of Pi network was on growing and securing the network. Bootstrapping the build to build a critical mass of participants is paramount to any network and ecosystem. Driven by the vision to make Pi the world's most widely used cryptocurrency, distributing Pi and making it accessible globally further added to the focus on the growth. Pi's consensus algorithm relies on a global trust graph, which is aggregated to from the security circles of individual pioneers. It was therefore critical to incentivize pioneers to form individual security circles. This meant a supply of tokens available as mining reward that was not explicitly kept before mainnet. At the same time, maintaining long-term network incentivizes is important. As explained under the mining section, the network adopted a mining mechanism where the network mining rate halves every time the network size increases by 10 times, resulting in a series to halving events when it reaches various milestones of engaged pioneers. The next halving event based on this model would be even would be when the network reaches 100 million engaged pioneer. Currently, we have over 45 million engaged pioneer. The network also retained an op- option to stop all mining altogether, altogether in the event that the network also retained an option to stop all mining altogether in the event that the network reaches a certain size, which was, however, yet to be determined. The option to cap the supply of pi was not exercised before mainnet, therefore leaving the total supply undefined. The pre-mainnet supply model with a mining mechanism tailored to accessibility, growth and security has bootstrapped to community over 30 million engaged pioneers with millions of intertwined security circles. A simple, accessible means to mine Pi on a mobile phone helped distribute the tokens widely throughout the world, including among populations that have been left out of crypto revolution because of a lack of capital, knowledge or technology. In doing so, the network avoided extreme token concentration evidence in BTC and other cryptocurrencies, preparing itself to become a true peer-to-peer decentralized ecosystem with a large enough volume of participants and transactions for unity creation. Mainnet supply. We're gonna talk about the mainnet supply. Supply fuels growth and incentivizes necessary contribution to the network to achieve an organically viable, viable ecosystem. To that end, mining rewards will continue after mainnet, but will take diverse forms to incentivize different types of contributions, which will be explained in the mining section below. In regard to supply, the undermined supply due to pre-mainnet mining mechanism that optimizes for accessibility and growth of network presents a few problems for mainnet phase, including unpredictability in planning, over rewarding and under rewarding uh, of different types of necessary contribution in the new phase, and challenges to maintaining long-term network incentives. To address these issues, the network will shift from its permanent supply model that is completely dependent on network behavior to the managed supply model where there is a clear maximum supply. The issue of unpredictability for planning in the pre-managed supply model surfaced in Pi network first co-inventions in September October 2020, where the community panel and community submissions discussed whether mining should be halved or stopped at the network size of 10 million at the time. The diverse voices of community members presented the following dilemma for the network. If mining continued based on ongoing permanent mining mechanism, then it raised concerns with respect to Pi ability to provide long-term network incentives. However, the mining if mining stopped, it would hurt the growth of the network and prevent new pioneers joining the network as miners, thereby undermining the accessibility of Pi. Even though the network moved on from that decision and held the mining rate at its 10 million size, this dilemma still remains and needs to be resolved. How the community can achieve continued growth and accessibility while addressing concerns about supply is one of the main factors considered in the design in Maine-Tacon model. In addition, the undefined and unpredictable total supply makes it hard to have overall network token planning because the community as a collective and the ecosystem itself have need to use some pi for purposes that benefits the community and ecosystem as whole other than only mining. Rewards for individuals as evidenced by almost every other blockchain network. The mainnet supply model has a clear maximum total supply of 100 billion pi. How much? Maximum total supply of 100 billion pi, allowing incentivization of continued growth and new contribution while removing the concerns about the unpredictability of the supply. The supply distribution will honor the original distribution principle in the March 14, 2019 white paper. The Pi community has 80% and the Pi core team has 20% of the total circulating supply of Pi. regardless how much regardless of how much circulating supply there is in the pi network at any given point in time. Thus, given a total maximum supply of 100 billion pi, is the community will eventually receive 80 billion pi and the core team will eventually receive 20 billion pi. The following pie chart depicts depicts the overall distribution. The core team's allocation gets unlocked at the same pace as the community progressively mines more and more pi and may be subject to additional lockup through a self-imposed mandate. This means that if the community has a portion of its allocation in circulation, for example 25%, only the proportional amount in core team allocation, in this example 25%, can get unlocked at most. You can see graph is round graph here. 80% community, pi token distribution is core team 20%, community 80%. This distribution above shows that Pi network does not have any allocation for ICO and is not running any type of crowdfunding sales of Pi. Thus, any impersonation of Pi network or its founders to conduct a sale or listing is illegal, unauthorized, or fake. In fact, right? These these impersonators have no affiliation with Pi core team. Pioneers should beware of any scams and not participate. Pi can be mined freely by distributing to the ecosystem. Further, all mined Pi can only be claimed from inside the Pi app through the mainnet dashboard and then transferred into your Pi wallet. Any website asking pioneers to claim Pi in other means to its fake. The 80% of community supply is further divided into 65% allocation for all past and future pioneer mining rewards at address. You can see the address on the minute. 10% reserved for supporting community organization in ecosystem, building community, building that will eventually be. uh, 10% reserved for supporting community organization ecosystem building that will be eventually will be managed by a Pi Foundation, a non-profit organization in the future. At address, you can see address there, and 5% of reserved for the liquidity pool to provide liquidity for pioneers and developers in the PI ecosystem. At address, you can see the address there. The following table despite the you can see the table below. Community supply distribution, community allocation. One side is community allocation, second side is PI community distribution out of projected 80 billion pi total. Uh, 65 billion pi will be allocated for all mining rewards, both past and future mining. For past mining rewards, the rough sum of all pi mined by all pioneers so far per minute is about 30 billion pi. However, after prohibiting the migration of the pi in the fake account, as discussed in the subsections, the effect on mainnet rewards and KYC verification and mainnet balance transfer below. And depending on the speed and participation of KYC. The pre-mainnet mined pi at the beginning of the open network can be estimated to range from 10 to 20 billion. The remaining amount in the 65 billion pi supply for mining rewards will be distributed to farmers through the new mainnet mining mechanism with conceptual yearly supply limits. Such yearly supply limit will be determined based on declining formula. Such yearly supply limits will be determined based on a declining formula. The yearly limit may be computed on a more uh, granular basis, such as by o by the day or by an event, even smaller time epoch dynamically. Depending on factors such as lockup ratio and its remaining supply of network at the time. Such calculation of supply limits based on granular time epochs helps achieve a better and more smooth allocation curves through time. For the sake of simplicity, here let's support that the time epoch is yearly. The declining formula would mean that the yearly supply limit for the first year of new mainnet mining will higher than the second year. The second years higher than the third years, and so on. The yearly declining formula and these numbers will need to be finalized closer to launch of the open network period of mainnet. Once we will have seen how many pioneers have KYC'd in how much of mind pie they have transferred into mainnet. At mainnet, pioneers will rewarded for their continued contribution to the growth and security of the network. As explained in the mining section, Pioneer rewards will be further diversified because the network needs more diverse and in-depth contribution related to app uses, node operations, and Pi lookups. Pre-mainnet Pioneer will continue to contribute to Pi and mine from the mainnet mining rewards, along with any new members joining the network to ensure growth and longevity of the network. 10 billion pie will be reserved for community organization ecosystem building that will be in the future managed by a non-profit foundation. Most decentralized network or cryptocurrencies, even though they are decentralized, still need an organization to organize the community and set the future direction of the ecosystem. Example, Stellar and Ethereum. The Future Pi Foundation will organize and sponsor community events such as developer conventions, local community meeting, and global online events. Organize the voluntary tiers, volunteers, and community committee members. And pay full-time employees who are dedicated to building in the community and ecosystem. Gather opinion and feedback from the community. Org- Organize future community voting. 5th one is build branding and protect the reputation of the network. Represent the network to interact with other business entities including government, traditional banks and traditional enterprises. Or seventh will be fulfill any number of responsibility of the betterness of Pi community and ecosystem. Further, in order to build utilize the best utilize the Pi ecosystem, various community developer program will be designed for created and carried out by the foundation to support community developers in the forms of grants, incubations, partnerships, etc. Dot 5 billion pi will be reserved for liquidity pool to provide liquidity for any ecosystem participation, including pioneers and Pi app developers. Liquidity is key for an ecosystem to be viable, active, and healthy. If businesses or individuals want to participate in ecosystem activity, example by selling and buying goods and services in Pi, They must have timely access to Pi. They must have timely access to Pi. Without liquidity, the ecosystem will not have a healthy flow of Pi, hence harming the creation of utilities. As discussed in the roadmap chapter, one benefit of the enclosed network period of the mainnet is to allow uh, calibrations on the token model, if any, based on the early mainnet results. Therefore, the token model is subject to tweaking before the open network period start. Also, in the future, for the health of the network and ecosystem, the network may face questions such as whether there need to be any inflation after the completion of the distribution of 100 billion pi. The inflation may be necessary to further incentivizes contributions through more mining rewards. Make up for any loss of pi from circulation due to accident or death, provide for more liquidity, mitigate hoarding that inhibits uses and utility creation. At that time, the foundation and its committees specialized in this matter will organize and guide the committee to reach a conclusion on the matter in decentralized way. Pi network mining mechanism has been allowing pioneers to contribute to the growth, distribution and security of the network and be rewarded in Pi meritocratically. The pre-mainnet mining mechanism has helped the uh, network achieve an impressive growth of over 35 billion million engaged members, a widely distributed currency and testnet, and a trust graph of security circle aggregates that will feed the consensus algorithm of Pi blockchain. Looking ahead into the mainnet phase, Pi network needs further contribution as well as more diverse types of contribution from all its members to become a true ecosystem while continuing its growth and illusion in the mainnet phase. We want to further achieve decentralization, utilities, stability and longevity. In addition to growth, security and inclusion. These goals can only be achieved if all pioneers in the network works together. Hence, the new Pi mining mechanism is designed to achieve these goals by incentivizing all pioneers to contribute diversely to the network based on the same meritocratic principle. Below we just describe the pre-mainnet mining formula followed by changes in mainnet formula. The mainnet mining formula went into effect in March 2022 during during the enclosed mainnet period of the roadmap that started on December 18, 2021. Pre-mainnet formula. Preeminent formula. The preeminent mining formula demonstrates a meritocratic determinations of a pioneer's hourly mining rate. Actively mining pioneers received at least a minimum rate and were further rewarded for their contribution to security and growth of the network. The following formula determined the rate at which pioneer mined pi per hour. M is equal to I plus IE IBAS, where M is the total pioneer mining rate, I is the individual mining I is individual pioneer based mining rate, S is security circle reward, which is a component of the individual pioneer based mining rate from valid security circle connection, and uh, M is the M is the total pioneer mining rate. I is the individual pioneer based mining rate. E is referral team reward from uh, active referral team my members. The system-wide base mining rate B started at 3.14 pi per hour and halved every time the network of engaged pioneer increased in size by factor of 10x, starting at 100 pioneers. At listing below, there have been 5 halving events thus far. Engage the pioneer milestone. Here you can see the graph there. I in counts BS is equal to B plus SB. SB is equal to 0.2. તમે માથો મોટા દવાખાને જવું છે?
આનો રિપોર્ટ તો કરવો જ જો કાંઈક ગમે એ બીજું છે ચિકન ગુનિયા નથી. ચિકન ગુનિયા હોય તો આવી રીતે ન હોય. આપણે બને થોડું બધું એ સમજી જાય.
Now we will talk about security circle reward. Pi consensus algorithm relies on a global trust graph which is aggregated from millions of intervening security circles of individual pioneers. Thus, a pioneer was rewarded with additional pi per hour for each new valid security circle connection. Up to five such connections. The security circle also central to security of five blockchain that the security circle reward raises the total pioneer mining rate in two ways. By directly adding to the individual pioneer base mining rate and by boosting the referral team reward if any. In fact, full security circle that is having at least five valid connections double double both the individual pioneer base mining rate and the referral team reward. Referral team reward. Pioneers can also invite others to join Pi network and form their referral team. The inviter and invitee share an equal split of the referral team bonus rewards. That is the 25% boost to their respective individual pioneer base mining rates. Whenever both are mining concurrently, uh, pioneers mined more pi per hour with each concurrently mining referral team member. This referral team reward recognizes the pioneer's contribution to the growth of the network and the distribution of Pi token. Mainnet mining formula. The goals of mainnet phase are to make further processing utilizes and decentralization, ensure stability and longevity, and retain security and growth. The new formula, as written below, incentivizes more diverse contribution of pioneers to support these mainnet goals while retaining the incentivize to secure and grow the network as before. It is meritocratic and expressed as the rate of which pioneer mine pi per hour. Here is the how it equation looks like. M is equal to I BLS plus NI plus AI plus EI plus XB, where M is stand for M is the total pioneer mining rate. I is equal to individual pioneer base mining rate. B is equal to System-wise base mining rate adjusted based on the available pool of pi to distribute for a given time period. L is lockup reward, which is, which is a new component of the individual final base mining rate. S is S is the security circle reward, which is a component of the individual pioneer base mining rate from valid security circle connection. The same way as in the pre-minute mining formula. N is the node rewards. Are the new types of contribution necessary for network ecosystem in future, which will be determined later but will also be designed as multiple of B. E E is the referral team reward from active referral team members in some way as in pre-minute mining formula. A is pi F's users reward. In short, in short, S in E remains the same as in short, S and E remain the same as the pre-minute mining formula, while new rewards such as L, A and A have been added to the current formula. L is added as part of I, N and A added as additional rewards calculated based on I. In other words, the network still rewards growth through E and security through S, while incentivizing pioneers' contribution to running nodes for decentralization through N, using apps for utilizes creation through A, and locking up for stability, especially during the initial years through L. Further, new types of rewards to be pioneered through X in the future may be added for building a fully functioning ecosystem, such as rewards for pioneer developers creating successful Pi apps. B continues to exist over a long period of time while having a yearly cap of ensure longevity of network growth by while maintaining long-term network incentives. In fact, all the all the rewards can be expressed in B as follow. Here you can see you can see equation another equation IBLS is equal to LB SB and B, right? You can see there are some um, where S is stand for 0.2 dot min SC 5 dot BS, where SC is the count of valid security circle connection. E is equal to EI is equal to EC dot 0.25 dot ILBS, where EC is the count of active referral members. LB is equal to LT dot LP dot login dot B, where LT is multiplier corresponding to the duration of lockup. LP is the proportion of pioneers mined by in the mainnet that is locked up, with the maximum being 200 plus. I mean 200%. Okay. Uh, well, N is total number of pioneer mining sessions proceeding preceding the current mining session. N is equal to node factor turning factor I dot I, right? You can see this node factor, uptime factor, port time factor, CPU factor, right? And percent uptime last days by years. You can see percent uptime last days years, right? Is the percentage of the last time period when the individual node was live and accessible by the network. Percentage port open last days, yes, is the percentage of the last time period when the ports of the individual node were open for connectivity to the network. Average CPU count last days by year, right? Is the average CPU that the individual node provided to the network during the last time period. Tuning factor is the statistical factor that normalize the node factor to a number between 0 to 10. AI is equal to log. You can see the log somewhere. You can see this way. Time spent per app yesterday in second. Note that when any of the logarithmic functions return an undefined value of or a value below 0, that is when the input to logarithmic function is below 1. The formula resets the value of the logarithmic function to be 0 in order to avoid negative mining rewards or an error in the function. XB is to be determined in the future based on the new types of contributions, but will be a multiply of B and kept up within yearly supply limit along with others reward. System wide base mining rate. Note that when any of the logarithmic functions return an undefined value of value or a value below 0, that is when the input to logarithmic function is below 1. The formula resets the value of logarithmic function to be 0 in order to avoid negative mining rewards or an error in the function. XB is to be determined in the future based on the new types of contribution, but will be a multiple of B and kept within yearly supply limit along with other rewards. As shown above, the expression of S and E remain as in the pre-minute mining formula and will not be explained further here. Next, we will focus on the explaining the chances of B, changes of B, changes to I through L, and addition of N and NA. System-wide base mining rate, like in pre-minute mining, all of the terms in the minute mining formula above can be expressed in pi per hour and are designed to be a multiple of b. Hence, the equation can be also rewritten as below. Every pioneer can mine at least the system-wide base mining rate every day and will be able to mine at a higher rate if any if they also have other types of contribution that are calculated as multiples of b. M is equal to b dot 1 plus L plus L dot 1 plus A plus E plus X plus N. Unlike in the pre-minute mining, B in minute mining, as in the formula above, is no longer a constant across all pioneers at a given point in time, but is calculated in real time and dynamically adjusted based on a yearly supply cap. Given a yearly supply limit, it's impossible to keep a constant B like in the pre-minute period because it's unpredictable how much each pioneer mines and how many pioneers are actively mining during a period of time. The pre-minute model was designed to incentivize growth during the beginning years to boost up the network. As the network achieves a certain scale, uh, it also needs to ensure the overall health of the ecosystem. Therefore, an exponential uh, insurance of the tokens through exponential network through growth and a constant mining rate does not make sense any longer. The shift of B from being a constant of being dynamically adjusted for a certain period of time throughout the years results from the need to incentivize pioneer contribution mathematically critically but also keep the total reward within a time. The time period of existing week could be a yearly, monthly, daily, hourly, or even more granular. Right? VR network will it, iterate on this time period or this time based on careful monitoring and review. By first version of rewards uh, assurance formula was announced March 1st, 2022. The declining exponential function described below, whereby in combination with mining activity, the system-wide base mining rate is adjusted based on monthly supply limit determined by the formula. Please note that the declining exponential formula below is the first version of the rewards uh, insurance formula, as it's impossible to precisely predict the future data on minute and from new mining. This past version was designed based on the past data, simulation and best assumptions, such as the 35 billion remaining supply for future mining rewards. Pioneer locks up and overall ecosystem factors. For example, the 35 billion remaining pie is estimated based on the pie currently available data uh, about real pioneers' mobile balances. A more accurate figure will be determined by the speed of network KYC and how much pi is migrated to the minute in the future. Further data and continual simulations will help access such underlying assumptions in the reward assurance formula, and thus may lead to the formula adjusted in line with the network objectives. Supply limit is equal to expressed in pi per day. You can see that there is some equations, so I will avoid these equations. Uh, Supply limits are the output of this formula that allocates a specific amount of pi to each day for the indefinite time while making sure the total future agents will not exceed the remaining available supply. Last day total mining rewards is equal to the total mining rewards issued on the previous day. Uh, 1220 is the turning factor to be further turned over over the coming month, and 35 billion is the estimated number of pi available for Pioneer to mine going forward. This monthly this monthly B means that the B will stay constant for a month and will be adjusted based on the rewards insurance formula and the network mining activity at the end of each month, starting with a B that stay constant for a month helps Pioneer understand the implications of one new supply limit in the new mining mechanism with new reward and a more dynamic nature of B potentially in the future, one at a time. Given that these concepts are complex and all have an effect of pioneer mining rewards. At the same time, monthly period is short enough to correct any potential or over or under insurance assurance uh, issuance of pi deviating from the reward issuance formula while B is stable long enough for Pioneer to follow along and adjust their contribution to the network to mine for rewards. Each month's B is calculated based on the supply limit for the month based on this formula and the sum of all reward coefficient of all active pioneers from the B from the last day of the previous month. This B updates again on the first day of every month. More specifically, the value of B for a given month is calculated by summing up the daily supply limit for the month from the above reward assurance formula, dividing it by the number of days in the month for even daily allocation within the month, dividing it again by the sum of coefficient sum of B multiples of mining reward of all active pioneers of the last day of the previous month, including their multiples of referral team, security circle, PI lookup, app users and node operation reward. Similar iterations occur each month. When B stays constant in a month, the total number of pi actually mined every month varies with the total number of actively mining pioneers and the contribution they, they make in that month. At the end of the month, the total number of pi actually mined will be compared with the number initially projected by the formula. Any deviation between the two numbers each month will lead to a further adjustment on the remaining pi supply across the remaining indefinite mining period, along with any other types of adjustment adjusts explained above. Example: the assumed 35 billion remaining mining rewards supply. As such, the monthly B can potentially cause an over issuance of pi where the where there when there is a unexpected increase in the number of pioneer and their mining rates, leading to a deviation from the rewards insurance formula. If such deviation on the monthly basis is constantly large, the network can move to a more dynamic version of the B model, where the monthly issuance of pi remains constant, but the B gets adjusted on a more granted granular time epoch 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 basis, right? The shorter the time period for adjusting B to follow the formula, the less is the potential for over and under insurance against the targeted supply limit, and less is the chances of deviation from the formula over the period. More data on minute and the new mining mechanism will help examine the efficiency of current monthly dynamic and B and determine if more dynamic version is necessary. For example, if the B is calculated daily instead of the current monthly version for a given day of the year, B is equal to day supply by sum of B multiples dot 24 hour. Divide the remaining total pi supply of the year by the number of days left in the year to get the supply based on the remaining yearly supply. Add the multiples of B from all pioneers actively mining within the last 24 hours, which represents a diverse set of pioneer contributions in the minute mining formula above to get the sum of B multiplies of the whole network for that 24 hour window. and further divide their supply by sum of B multiplies and 24 hours to get B that specific mining session. Under this potential framework, with a day as the unit of the time for adjustment, B on different days of the year will be different depending on how many pioneers mined in the last 24 hours as well as what and how much contribution they made to receive the extra multiple of B by running nodes using utilities, apps or lookups, etc. Each pioneer's B of their day stay constant through their mining session. That is over the next 24 hours from the moment they start their mining session. This model, whether it's monthly, daily, or by more granular time period, also addresses any uncertainty with having XB uh, further types of contribution reward for pioneer in the formula. Regardless of how much X is going to be, it will be kept within the same yearly supply limit without increasing the total supply and with only affect the division of rewards among different types of contributions. This dynamic mechanism allows pioneers themselves in a decentralized way to make sure that uh, the reward do not exceed the air supply limit. The distribution of the yearly supply does not end year early in the year, and the reward are divided meritocratically. For purposes of illustration, let's suppose there are only two pioneers on a given day and B is the daily mining rate expressed in pi per day. Uh, for this illustration, a constant during a specific pioneer mining session but dynamically adjusted across different days. This monthly B means that the B is very stay constant for for a month and will be adjusted based on the reward as Agent's formula and the network's mining activities at the end of each month, starting with a B that stays constant for a month, helps pioneers to understand the implications of new supply limit, the new mining mechanism with new reward. And third one is a more dynamic nature of B, potentially in the future, one at a time. Given that these concepts are complex and uh, and all have an effect on pioneer mining rewards. At the same time, a monthly rewards is short enough to correct correct any potential or over or under insurance of pi divided from the reward distribution formula. While B is stable long enough for pioneers to follow along and adjust their contrib- contributions to the network to mine for rewards. Under this potential framework with a day as the unit of the time for adjustment be on the different days of the day of the year will be different depending on how many pioneer mined in the last 24 hours as well as what and how much contribution they made to receive the extra multiple of B by running nodes using utilities, apps or lookups, etc. Each pioneers or B each pioneers B of their day stays constant enough their mining session that is over the next 24 hours from the moment they start mining session. This model, whether it's monthly, daily, or by more granular time period, it also addresses any unnecessity with having XB future types of contribution rewards for pioneer in the formula regardless of how much X is going to be. It will be kept within the same air supply limit without increasing the total supply and will only affect the division of rewards among different types of contributions. This dynamic mechanism allows pioneers themselves in a decentralized way to make sure that the reward do not exceed the yearly supply limit. The distribution of the yearly supply does not end early in the year, and the rewards are dividend meritocratically. For purposes of illustration, let's suppose there are only two pioneers on the given day, and D is the daily mining rate expressed in pi per day for this illustration. A constant during a specific mining session, but dynamically adjusted across different days. Pioneers one has to know no app engagement A is equal to 0 is not operation and node n is equal to 0 has no security connection S is equal to 0 and as no active referral team member E is equal to 0. They are in their 11th mining session and is equal to 10 and are locking up mm, and uh, and are locking up 100% of their mining mined phi. L is equal to 1 for 3 years. LT is equal to 2. Pioneer first mining rate on this day is M1 is equal to IBLS plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 or M1 is equal to B plus 2 dot 1 dot log 10 dot b plus 0 or m1 is equal to 3b. Pioneer 2 has the no engagement is equal to 0 is not operating a node n is equal to has no lockup L is equal to 0 and has no active referral team member E is equal to 0. They have a full security circle. Pioneer 2 mining rate on this day is m is equal to m2 is equal to ILBS 0 plus 0 plus 0 or m2 is equal to b plus 0 in count 0.2 plus min sc phi dot b or m2 is equal to b m2 is equal to 2b. Here total pi to be mined in this whole network on this day m1 is equal to m1 plus m2 is equal to 5b. Let's assume there are 500 pi and 50 days are left in the year. Therefore, total pi available to be mined for the day 500 pi by 50 days by 10 pi per day. Solving b based on the two equation above 5b is equal to 10 pi. Therefore b is equal to 2 pi per day or 0.03 pi per hour 83 pi per hour. Accordingly, Pioneer 1 and 2 will have their actual mining rates as follow. M is equal to 3.2 pi per day is equal to 6 pi per day or 0.25 pi per hour. M2 is equal to 2.2 pi per day is equal to 4 4 pi per day or 0.17 pi per hour. You can see there is long list of road map. Pioneer base mining rate. By comparison, the individual pioneer base mining rate in the free minute mining formula includes only system-wide base mining rates and security circle reward. As mainnet, a new component lockup reward is added to individual pioneer base mining rate. Lockup reward L along with the system-wide base mining rate B and security circle reward S constitute the individual pioneer base mining rate I. Since I is used as an input to calculate all the other rewards, As a result, the security circle and lockup rewards enhance total fine mining rate of one by directly adding to the individual fine base mining rate, and second one is by boosting the annual referral team reward E node reward N and app users reward A. Lookup reward uh, at minute. The lookup reward is meant to support a healthy and smooth ecosystem and incentivize long-term engagement with the network. While the network is bootstrapping and creating utilities. It it is an important decentralized macroeconomic mechanism to moderate circulating supply in the market, especially in the early years of the open market when utilities are being created. One important goal of Pi Network is to create a utility-based ecosystem of apps, transaction for real goods and service in the ecosystem, rather than just speculative trading, are intended to determine the utility of Pi. As we launched the enclosed network phase of the mainnet, one of the main area of focus will be to support and grow the Pi app developer community and nurture more Pi apps to grow. In the meantime, pioneers can choose to lock up their Pi to help create a stable market environment for the ecosystem to mature and for Pi apps to emerge the provide compelling use cases of spending Pi to ultimately create organic demands through utility. The lookup reward formula is reprinted here. LB is equal to LT plus LP log n dot B, where LT is lookup time period multiplier of B. You can see 0 LT is 0 LT is equal to 0 2 week LT is equal to 0.1. See, after 6 months LT is equal to 0.5. 1 year LT is equal to 1. 3 years LT is equal to 3 2. LP is the lookup percentile multiplier of B, where the lookup percentile is the lookup amount over minute balance transferred from one's previous mining reward LB, and the lookup percentile multiplies as follows: 0% LP is equal to 0, 25% LP is equal to 0.525, 50 is equal to 50, so LP is equal to 0.5, 90 is equal to 90, so LP is equal to 0.9. 100%. LP is equal to 1.0. 150%. LP is equal to 1.5. 200 LP is equal to 2. Log n is the logarithmic value of the total numbers of previous mining session n. Pioneer will have the opportunity to voluntarily voluntarily lock up their Pi to earn the right to mine at a higher rate. First of all, the prerequisite of the lockup period is that the pioneer must be actively mining. Without mining in the first place, there will be no lockup reward for any inactive mining sessions, even if PI is locked up as expressed in the formula above. So all that the B lookup does is to provide a multiplier to B. So there will be no lookup reward if B is 0, which means to Pyrin is not mining. Now we will talk about log n. N is the logarithmic value of the total number of previous mining sessions. Pioneer will have the opportunity to voluntarily lock up their Pi to earn the right to mine at the higher rate. First of all, the prerequisite of the lockup reward is that the pioneer must be actively mining. Without mining in the first place, there will be no lockup rewards. Right? Secondly, the lockup reward is positively associated with the contribution to the lockup. The duration of the lockup time period LTE and the amount locked up. However, The locked up amount is accounted for by the percentage of a pioneer total pi mined LP. The maximum pi that a pioneer can lock up is twice as much as their mainnet balance that got transferred from their pro- prior uh, mining in the mobile app LB. 200% LB. The reasons for having to a maximum lockup amount in the of once transferred mainnet balance LB are to one you can see there are two options. Prevent exploitation of the lockup reward and further encourage other contribution to the Pi ecosystem, such as further boosting their mining, running nodes, and using apps. This, in a sense, favor pioneer who mine and make make other types of contributions to the network. Thirdly, log n offers a higher lockup incentives to pioneer who have a long mining history and uh, presumably a large transferable amount to lockup. While the lockup reward for formal generative favor equally by accounting for not the absolute amount but the percentage of their transferred balance LP, which allows smaller amount with a short mining history to lock up small account and yet receive the same lockup reward multiple as big account. We need to add a log n factor that accounts for miner with a long mining history to counterbalance the bias in favor of pioneer with small balances and provide enough incentives for long history pioneer with bigger balances. However, the effect of mining history on lockup reward also needs to be kept. Thus, the formula applied a logarithm to a number of previous mining sessions. And for example, if Pioneer mined almost every day for the last 3 years, their total previous mining session N will be 1000. In this scenario, log 1000 is equal to 3. Adding another multiplier to be in their lockup reward. Keep in mind that to achieve meaningful lockup reward for long mining history pioneer, the amount of pi they have to lock up is much more than smaller account. Fourthly, the pioneer one pioneer can voluntarily have multiple lockup at different times with different amount and durations. The calculation of the total lockup rewards For this pioneer, with I number of different lookup is to find the total lookup reward multiplier of B as expressed in the formula below. The formula below is the equivalent to the lookup reward formula above, with the only difference being that it accounts for multiple lookup of the same pioneer to calculate their total lookup rewards. Example: different duration LTI and different amount LCI of of each lookup at different time. You can see the equation there. LB is equal to, you can see equation B dot B. The purpose of this formula is to calculate the total lookup reward based proportional on each lookup amount LC or the total minute balance from previous mining LB as a weight multiplied by their respective lookup time period LT and log n. So that even though there are multiple lookup of the same pioneer, more lookup with different setting will proportionally add to their total lookup reward. The values of LT, LC and log are calculated and multiplied for each lookup and lookup and then summed across various i's, which is then divided by the value of LB at a given mining session to arrive at a value of B for that mining session. This formula ensures that regardless of the LB, as long as the pioneer maintains the same percentage of their lookup amount or their LB, the total lookup reward multiplier will remain the same. Lastly, when uh, when uh, when can a pioneer lock up by? Pioneer can decide their lockup duration and lockup percentage of their transferable balance anytime they want an as or all account setting in the PIFs. They can even pre-select this setting before they are KYC'd or ready to migrate to the mainnet. As they and their referral teams security circle pass KYC. More of their mobile balance will become transferable. At a moment of the migration of their transferable balance to mainnet, the pre-selected setting of the lockup duration and percentage will automatically apply to the amount of balance transferred, resulting in two types of balances on the mainnet: lockup balance and free balance. both of which will be recorded o- on the mainnet blockchain and reside in the Pioneer non-custodial PI wallet. Thus, lockups cannot be reversed once confirmed and must remain locked up for the entirely of the chosen duration due to the nature of blockchain. Any changes to this Pioneer's lockup setting will take effect in their next balance transfer to the mainnet. This account wide lockup setting allows Pioneer to lock up a maximum of 100% of their transferable balance from mobile to mainnet. After mainnet launch and Pioneer transfer their balances, Pioneer can also lock up more Pi directly on the mainnet through a slightly different lockup interface later on. At that time, Pioneer can lock up as much as 200% of their already transferred mainnet balance acquired from their previous mining. The additional lockup allowance for more Pi than individually mined by the Pioneer can come from utility-based Pi apps transaction. Making of Pi from selling goods and services. Lastly, we can lastly can Pioneer lock up Pi? Pioneer can decide their lockup duration and the lockup percentage of their they transfer balance anytime they want as an overall account setting in the Pi app. They can even pre-select this setting before their KYC or or ready to migrate to the mainnet as they and their referral team security circle pass KYC. More of their mobile balance will become transferable at the moment of the migration of the transfer balance to mainnet. The pre-selected setting of lockup duration and percentage will automatically apply to the auto amount of balance transferred. resulting in two types of balance resulting in two types of balances on the mainnet: lockup balance and free balance. Both of which will be recorded on the mainnet blockchain and reside in the Pioneer non custodial Pi wallet. Thus, lockups cannot be reversed once confirmed, and must remain locked up for the entirety of the chosen duration due to the nature of blockchain. Any changes to this Pioneer lockup setting will take effect in their next balance transfer to mainnet. This account-wide lockup setting allows Pioneer to lock up a maximum of 100% of their transferable balance from mobile to mainnet. After mainnet launches and Pioneer transfer their balances, Pioneer can also lock up more Pi directly on the mainnet through a slightly different lockup interface later on. At that time, Pioneer can lock up as much as 200% of their already transferred mainnet balance acquired from their previous mining. The additional lockup allowance for more Pi than individually mined by the Pioneer can come from utility-based Pi apps transactions, making Pi from selling goods and services. App users reward. App users reward. An an overarching goal of Pi network is to build an inclusive um, peer-to-peer ecosystem and online experience fueled by the Pi cryptocurrency. Through our app ecosystem, app users reward. An overarching goal for Pi Network is to build an inclusive peer-to-peer ecosystem and build online experience fueled by the Pi cryptocurrency through our app ecosystem. Therefore, pioneers will have additional mining rewards for using Pi apps on the Pi apps platform. through the Pi browser, including ecosystem apps and third-party apps in the Pi directory. The app uses reward for Pioneer helps the ecosystem in two ways. First, it will give Pi app developer market access and increase the impressions of their apps. Pi app developers will gain users and product iteration opportunity from Pioneer, which has been one of the biggest barriers to creating viable decentralized application in the blockchain industry. Decentralized application, DApps, right? Developers do not yet have a plentiful, stable, and, and utility seeking consumer market environment to test and on the on their consumer product to create consumer utilize utilities, right? uh, Pi networks apps platform and the app users reward are meant to provide that environmental for DApp developer. Decentralized decentralized application. Second, the increased impression and users will potentially lead to increased spending of Pi by Pioneer in the Pi apps, even though the impression are incentivized through the app users reward. The spending of Pi is not. This means that the Pi app users reward to Pioneer helps the Pi app developer to the extent they, that Pioneer are at their door. Now, what determines whether Pioneer will actually stay and spend Pi in their apps is how useful and engaging their product and apps are. This framework ensures that these apps are able to compete on the basis of product quality and utility, ultimately allowing the best app to emerge and stay in the ecosystem. Through the above two mechanisms, the app The app uses reward aims to achieve the mm, gradual transitions from extrinsic incentives to intrinsic motivations among pioneer visiting PIAPs, and thus the transition from incentivized to organic users of PIAPs in order to ultimately bootstrap of utility-based ecosystem of apps using Pi. The app user reward formula is represented here. You can see the uh, app uses reward formula. Time spent per app yesterday in second is for each Pi apps the total amount of time in second that the pioneer spent using in second that the pioneer spent using in the app on the prior day. Sigma across apps. Uh, sums sums up the logarithmic value of the pioneer time spent per app yesterday in second across all the Pi apps. Average daily time spent across app last is the average daily time in the second in the pioneer spent across all the Pi apps in aggregate during the last time period. Note that when any of the logarithmic function written on the undefined value of uh, note that when any the logarithmic function written an undefined value of or a value below 0, that's when input is logarithmic function is below 1. The formula resets the value of the logarithmic function to be 0 in order to avoid negative mining rewards or an error in the function. Generally, the app uses reward formula takes into account two factors: time spent in apps in number of apps used while crediting the history of app users in long term capping the rewards to avoid exploitation. There are two main parts in to the formula. The first part aggregates a pioneer's time spent across each apps in the last mining session. The logarithmic function provides a positive function with a dimension rewards, meaning that an increase in the time spent on any one app will generally increase the reward. But the positive effect of time spent on reward decrease as more time is spent. This setup encourages pioneers to generally spend more time to multiply diverse apps, helping the network to bootstrap the creation of diverse utilities. At the same time, it caps the rewards to prevent users from exploiting these reward by artificially keeps the app open all day, which would not meaningfully contribute contributed to ut- utilities creation. The second part of the app users reward formula looks at pioneers rolling average of daily time spent across all apps in various time period. The further back in the time period goes, the time is the less is the weight. In other words, a pioneer mines more pi the longer they have been using the Pi app, but their recent time spent on the apps count more toward mining than their previous time spent further back in the past. In addition, as a matter of fact, that the app uses history takes effect on the current mining reward uh, only if the pioneer also used the Pi apps during their last mining session. This means there is no passive reward for only the past users. Once again, the uses of logarithmic function helps moderate the mining boost from app users to avoid exploitation of the app users reward. Noteworthy implementation implication here is that PyChat moderators who have been helping the guide, pioneer, and monitor uh, uh, undesirable activity on PyChats over the last 2 years will mine the app is rewarded at a higher rate when the mainnet launches. Node reward. Like on any blockchain, nodes are at the heart of the decentralization of Pi. In Pi, instead of relying on centralized institutional nodes, we decide to open up the nodes to any pioneer with a computer connected to the internet, aided by A global trust graph aggregates from individual pioneer security circle from the mobile apps. These node these nodes will run the consensus algorithm to validate transaction and process blocks because the nodes are critical to the decentralization, security, and longevity of the Pi blockchain. Node operating Pioneer will receive additional mining rewards. The node reward formula is reprinted here. You can see there n is equal to ni is equal to node factor dot tuning factor dot where node you can see the node is equal to e uptime factor. You can see the port open factor in CPU factor, and there are some and percent uptime last days by days days per year is the percentage is the of the last time period when the individual node was live and accessible by the network. Percent port open last days years is the percentage of last time period when the ports of the individual node were open for connectivity to the network. Average CPU count last day year is the average CPU that the individual node provided to the network during the last time period. Tuning factor is a statistical factor that normalizes the node factor to a number between 0 to 10. The node reward rewards depends on the uptime factor, port open factor, CPU factor, and the turning factor. The uptime factor of a node for a given period of time is the proportion of time is the node is active during that period. For example, a 25% uptime factor yesterday means that the node was live and accessible for a total of 6 out of 24 hours yesterday. The Pi node software tracks the time a particular node is active. Starting in the open network phase, only a node running functionally at a given point in time is considered active. This is a proxy for the reliability of, of the node. However, for the historical data relevant to the mining reward, a node is considered active if the node app is open and connected to the internet, even if it's not running functionally. This exemption for the past performance recognizes that the community node operates running the testnet provided the network with important data and stock infrastructure to enable multiple uh, iterations of the node software and testnet, and that it was not always the fault of the node operator that node were inoperative. The port open factor of a node for a given period of time is the proportion of time the node specific ports are detected to be accessible from the internet during that period. Pi nodes use ports uh, 31, 31 400 through 31 409, right? Enabling other nodes to reach them through these ports and the network IP address. An open port nodes is able to respond to communications initiated by other nodes, while closed port nodes are not able to receive such communications from other nodes and can only initiate communications. Pi's consensus protocol relies on nodes sending a series of messages among each other. Therefore, open port nodes are critical to the operation of the Pi blockchain and thus worthy of a mining reward boost. In fact, the network aims to have at least one out of eight of the nodes with open ports, and having an open port is one of the prerequisites for being a supernode. The CPU factor of a node for a given period of time is the average number of CPU core threads available on the computer during that period. A higher CPU factor prepares the blockchain for future scalability. For example, the ability to process more transactions per block or more transactions per second. The Pi blockchain is not an energy and resource incentive blockchain. The network is initially set to operate at one new block of up to 1000 transaction T. about every 5 seconds. Thus, the network is effectively capable of processing up to about 200 transactions per second (TPS), or approximately 7 million transactions per day. Should we blockchain get congested in the future, this limit can be increased up to 2000 TPS, approximate 170 billion transactions per day, by increase the block size from 1000 to 10,000 transactions per block. The higher the CPU contributed by Pi nodes, the more room the network will have to grow and scale further in the future. Furthermore, uh, higher collective CPU from Pi nodes will allow novel peer-to-peer nodes-based applications to be built on Pi network, such as decentralized CPU sharing application that let uh, computing power incentive application run or provide distributed cloud service. Such service will be further rewarding contributing nodes with additional pie paid by client of those services. Finally, a turning factor normalize the node reward to number between 0 to and 10, 0 and 10. This is meant to make node rewards comparable to other types of mining rewards that recognize other contribution to Pi network. During the enclosed managed fetch is explained in the roadmap section. The node reward formula is expected to iterate. For example, the use of logarithmic or root functions may potentially obviate the need for a tuning factor. Having reliable nodes running predictably over a long stretch of time is critical to the health of the blockchain. It's not a one and done contribution. Therefore, the uptime factor, port open factor, and the CPU factor are all calculated over varying time period, where the value from a more recent time period are more heavily weighted than the time period of equal length from a more distant past. Note, however, that the node reward is a multiple of the uptime factor to the previous mining session. Hence, a pioneer will not receive any node reward in a given mining session if their node was inactive for an entirely of the immediately process preceding calendar day. Similarly to to the app users reward, there is no passive reward for only the past contribution as a node operator. This also means that a low uh, uptime factor in the previous calendar day, even if node is active for a part of the day, will substantially reduce the node reward in given day despite high past node contributions. The effect of KYC and managed rewards. There will be a rolling grace period of 6 calendar month for a pioneer to complete KYC. Thereafter, the PI mined outside of the rolling 6 month window will not be transferable to the mainnet and will instead be reallocated to Pioneer Mining Reward. As discussed below, the retention of the mined pi in the 6 month window continuously indefinitely until they pass KYC on the or the KYC policy changes. Note that this KYC window mining framework will only begin when the KYC solution is generally available to all pioneers in the future and will be announced to the community beforehand. The 6 month restriction will not be immediately in place when we launch the mainnet because of the importance of true human humanness in our social network based mining. Only the pioneer who pass KYC will be able to transfer their phone balance to the blockchain. Objective is blockchain. Our objective is to have as many true pioneers as possible pass KYC. As explained further below, the rolling 6 month window serves the following important purposes.